If you'd like to let the folks in from the waiting room.
Everybody.
And Karen, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Hey, thank you. Good evening, Restonians, and welcome to the final regular board meeting of the 2021-22 term. It is Thursday, March 24th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. We are meeting virtually. And I have established quorum. So I'm going to officially call this meeting to order. And I do have a couple of opening remarks tonight, more than a couple perhaps. First of all, I want to, and sort of informally, this will be done more formally at the annual meeting, but say a big thank you to those board members who are going off the board. And that would be Director Mooney, our Vice President and North Point Director, and Director Mulcairn, at-large Director, and Director Webb, who I don't believe is going to make it tonight, but those are the three board members who are going up. So I just want to thank you very, very much for your service this past year under my presidency, and good luck in your next chapter, whatever that may be, with all the free time you're going to have. So thank you. The second thing that I wanted to talk about was the piece that came out in Rest and Now about Shadowwood. We are going to be addressing Shadowwood in the capital projects update from Chris this evening. But I just wanted to say a little background. When this board was setting the budget back in November, after got the survey results during the summer on Shadowwood, and we voted to put funds in the budget for refurbishing Shadowwood. And subsequent to that, we got some specific recommendations for Prac along the lines of a more larger scale renovations. And those were submitted to the board in January, and they were accepted in February. So at this point, staff would like to get started on this project and needs direction from the board as to what that project should look like. So they can then come back to us and say, okay, this is what you want, this is what it's going to cost, this is how long it's going to take, etc. So that's what tonight is about. We're going to be talking about what the options are and voting on what we want to see. And I just want to say finally about that I have heard some complaints about the piece in Rest and Now and what was said or how it was said. I'm not sure, but I just want to say that any complaint should be directed to myself and to acting CEO Larry Butler, because we gave our communications director, Mike Leone, the green light on that. And finally, I just a reminder to the board and to the public on the informational items, and we have 5 of them on the agenda tonight, although one of them I'm going to change to an action item, I think. But those are made informational just to keep these meetings moving and from being 5 and 6 hours long. So hopefully you all have had a chance to look at the materials, and rather than have the presenters have to go through every piece bit by bit of these presentations, it can be a high level overview and then with questions from the board. So with that,
point of privilege, Madam
Yes.
President.
Yes,
You have thanked everyone, and you're not departing. I'm very happy for that. But I'm sure I'm speaking for the board when I say how indebted we are to you for how hard you worked to make this year a success. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you
Aaron,
all.
May I just add a brief word to that? I'm not sure if you remember the very first thing you said after you were elected board president. You promised us that you would do your best and you would always try to keep a smile on your face. I think there may have been a moment or two over the last year when the board tested your ability to keep a smile on your face, but you have led us with fairness and determination and grace and cheerfulness, and yes, that beautiful smile. So thank you for being our president.
Thank you. I'm all for Clemp now and I have to leave. So,
Could I also make a comment, Karen?
sure. Hey, keep them coming.
Sure, why not, right? Last meeting. On behalf of staff, I want to thank you as well. The last, I guess it's now like 7 months, we've had a lot of interaction, and I'm very appreciative of the attention to detail that you have regarding the matters with RA. And, whether it's a text message at 11 o'clock at night or, whatever, it's, your commitment is very respected and appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you. And you're welcome. I greatly appreciate that. It's been an amazing experience. It has been an amazing experience. And it's just, it's a privilege to serve this community and to work with this board and this amazing staff that we have. And you're going to be seeing my face for another year. Anyway, thank you all. Okay, so on to the approval of tonight's agenda. I do have one amendment that I would like to propose, which I just referenced a minute ago. There is going to be some discussion and action required during the capital projects update when we get to the Shadowwood piece. So I would like to move to amend tonight's agenda to make item G informational/action/discussion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, without objection. Thank you, Jennifer. Without objection?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to move that we amend item M, which is a discussion item, land use update, but to include an action element to that so that we can continue, the board can consider a letter to relevant parties concerning the pedestrian facility at Barron Cameron and Village Road. So if we could make that discussion and action.
Yes, thank you, John. I'm sorry for overlooking that. So I will amend my motion then to amend items G as I stated, and also item M to add discussion and action to the informational designation on those two. Thank you. Okay.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Nobody opposed? Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. And John, I believe you had a correction on one of the minutes.
Yes, Madam President. It's a typo, so it is not a substantive issue. But in item C1 under the February 4th minutes, there's a typo in concerning item H, and where it reads PRZ, it should read PRC.
I don't, does that, Tony, or you're there? I don't know that, I think these typos have come up in the past, and I don't know that they require any kind of amendment. Am I right about that?
Usually we treat them as scrivener's errors when they're discovered outside of the meeting. But since John brought it up, you might as well just go ahead and amend it now.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm never sure what to do with this because it's part of the consent calendar. So I guess I need a motion to correct the minutes from February 24th.
A clerical or Scribner error.
Yes.
I move to approve the consent calendar with the edit to the February 24th meeting minutes that saying PRC instead of PRZ.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Second,
Okay. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
I
Anybody opposed? Okay. All right. Then member comments is next. And I believe John Farrell has signed up to give a member comment. And I see Julie's got her hand up.
Madam President, can I
Mr.
defer to
Flashman.
my chairman and allow
Sure.
Ms. Bitzer to go first?
Oh, okay. That's fine. Go ahead, Julie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. And thank you, Karen, for the clarification with regard to the Rest and Now article, because indeed Prac report did document the community's preferences for the future of Shadow Wood. And I would urge that the RA board take action tonight on one of the options on the table, the replace option 1, the refurbish option 2, or renovate. And by doing so, you will honor and address the community's interest and concerns. As an individual, I support option number 2. The second thing I wanted to speak to.
Excuse me, Julie, for interrupting, but could you give your
Oh, I forgot.
address?
Sorry, I should know better. Julie Bitzer, 2020 Peppermint Court, Reston, Virginia. And I began my discussion as chair of the Parks Recreation Advisory Committee. So the second thing that I wanted to urge the board to not view as a situation only applicable to Barton Hill, but to consider the impact that the recent decision we got on Barton Hill as one that really affects the overall community and RA's recreational facilities. It's important, I think, to our community and to Pracs and the work that you've asked us to address on the future of RA's recreational facilities, that we be able to do so and address lighting and zoning concerns as is. Again, as an individual, I would strongly support that the board consider the inclusion of lighting at Barton Hill to further make our amenities available to the broader community for a broader period of time. So those were the two things that I wanted to mention in my time. And now I'd like John to finish up whatever I missed as an individual and Prac chair.
Okay. Larry, is your hand up? No, I'm sorry, that's just my cursor. Okay, John.
Thank you. So first, congratulations, Karen, for a very successful year as president. Thank you for your service. You did not have an easy time of it, but you handled it with grace and goodwill. I wanted to also congratulate Mr. Mulcurran, Mr. Mooney, and Mr. Webb for the completion of their terms of office. Likewise, they handled their situation with grace and goodwill. Also to congratulate the 3 candidates who have passed quorum and will be joining you, Karen, Mr. Flashman, Mr. Small, and Ms. Dodd. So, you know, like, we do not have to have another election. The one we got will get it done. I do have the pleasure and honor of serving as vice chair of Prac, but I'm tonight going to speak exclusively as an individual. And in that capacity, I want to echo.
John, excuse me, did you state your address?
I was just about to do that. Okay. 11545 Underoak Court. I want to associate myself with the comments that Julie made, and to go one step further in that if we look at the 3 options, option 1 is fundamentally a Band-Aid. It really doesn't address the operation of Shadowwood Pool for the long haul, and really would be a waste of the RA's money, or the membership's assessment money. Option 3, I'm concerned about because it would take a long time to implement. And the biggest thing we got from the community was get it open now. So that leaves option 2. And while option 2 doesn't have all the bells and whistles that somebody might want, it does address the things that the community told Prac, which is lap lanes and heating the pool, getting the pool water warmer. In that circumstance, you've got two alternatives. You can cut down the trees, about a dozen of them, maybe a dozen and a half. And of course, there are people out there who would, their heads would explode if we cut down trees. Or you can bring the gas line in and heat the pool. And I think that is the most effective way that we're going to get that pool reopened. I'm given to understand that there is a possibility of massaging the proposal so that we can get a zero entry feature included in option 2. And I would strongly encourage you tonight, the board, to direct staff to proceed with option 2 and include, to the extent it's feasible, a zero entry feature in option 2. But I would strongly encourage you to move forward tonight. If you don't act tonight, then the next board has to act and they don't get together until May. That's 60 days lost time that the pool won't be opened. And processing time is at a premium. So I would hope that the board would act tonight, and I hope the board would move forward with option 2, a hybrid modified to provide for a zero entry. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Erwin, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. This evening, I would like to comment on Resolution 11, which is item L. And my name is Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane.
Thank you.
And so I would like to comment on that, and I would prefer to do it at the time when the matter is under discussion by the board, which would be later this evening. And I do want to thank you for postponing the discussion of this in the last board meeting when I was absent. It was very late in the meeting, and I guess I fell asleep. But it seems that it's on schedule for a relatively early time in the evening, so I think it would be easy to do this evening.
Okay, yeah, since that is the case, I would prefer that you make your comments on that now, if you wouldn't mind.
That's fine. Up to you, obviously. All right, so my comments are as follows. If you will all take a look at that draft resolution, it sets out in the now, therefore, be it resolved that the first one, that the CEO and the president of the association are designated as the sole official spokespersons for the Reston Association and the board of directors. For me, it seems inappropriate that the CEO should be the spokesperson for the board of directors. It is the president who is the spokesperson for the board of directors. And by naming them both as spokespersons for both entities, that seems to me to be a mix-up of relationships. And so I would argue that they should be separate. The second item I have a comment on is there was a section of that resolution, which is under the second, be it further resolved, where it says any written correspondence or position of the association, regardless of format, shall be executed. I'm sorry, that's not what I was looking for. I take that back. It is the provision in the, where there are three circumstances listed in which the, or three circumstances which were listed in which the staff would prepare a response. And the third one, which is when a member emails an individual director on a topic which was eliminated. And so I am a bit lost as to what happens in that case. And perhaps Mr. Mooney, who is the principal author of these amendments, could explain that. And the last one has to do with the final, be it further resolved, which states that unless previously approved by the president, any written communication, including but not limited to emails and social media postings by an individual director regarding association policy matters shall include the following disclaimer or its substantive equivalent, quote, "This communication does not represent the official views of the Restaurant Association or the RA Board of Directors." And my problem with that is that it is going to result in the anomalous situation in which if
That's actually time.
if I may, I just conclude with this. If a board member cites a paragraph from the deed or from one of the board resolutions in response to a member, then either he has to disclaim it being the association policy, or he has to get the president's authorization. And to me, that's going to load up the president with unnecessary reviews of material that is really unnecessary to be reviewed. And so
Okay,
I would
I
argue
think-
that that should not be part of the resolution.
Thank you, Erwin.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other member comments? Okay, then with that, I would like a motion to enter into executive session to discuss contractual matters and violations matters.
Karen, before we do that, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to make sure that we approve the agenda. I know we amended the agenda and we approved the consent calendar. If Christina could confirm that we actually had a motion approving the agenda.
I wrote down that it was approved as amended.
I believe it was
Okay.
unanimously,
Okay,
but thank you, because you made me doubt it for a minute myself. Okay. Okay. All right, then I would like a motion to enter into executive session to discuss contractual and violations matters.
so moved.
Second,
Second.
okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anybody opposed? Thank you. Okay, we all back? Mhm. All right, I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each present member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a violations nature were discussed or considered by the board during executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Well, thank you. Everybody's muted. Most everybody's muted coming out of executive session. Thank you, Jennifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
That objection? Okay. I move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session to adopt the March Legal Committee's report and affirm the decisions reached.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Mike, are you an aye?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Motion carries. Okay. Next is we have informational item F, first quarter IT update with Michael Lockard, our virtual CIO. Michael, there you are.
There I am. Was slow on the video button. Sorry about that. Good evening, Reston Association and Board. Excited to be here this evening to present the IT update for March of 2022. I'm going to share my screen, so just give me a moment to get this item up on the screen for us. That should be the slideshow.
Is that my computer or is everybody hearing that noise?
I mean, I'm hearing it too.
Okay. Glad it's not just me.
I listen to my computer too.
All right, so I should have a presentation up on the screen. I just want to confirm if everyone can see it for me.
Is it possible to make it a little bit larger, Michael?
I think the best way to do that in Zoom is if you take your mouse and your control button and scroll with those together, it'll actually enlarge it a bit if you're unable to see it. Was that helpful?
And Michael, we're hearing.
I see. Yep.
We're hearing feedback from you.
Okay, let me address that as well.
Michael, I've got it up and I can share my screen if you just want to tell me when to advance the slide.
I'd appreciate that. Great, Mike. Thank you.
Okay.
So I think you have it up for me as well, Mike, is that correct? All right, so apologize for the delay.
Hold on, we're getting terrible feedback now.
And I'm going to just test the voice again, voice quality.
It's okay now.
It's okay, thank you. All right, sorry for the delay. So with that, really excited to be here this evening, and we're going to talk through the Reston Association IT update for 2022. And Mike, if you'll proceed to the next image for me. Just a bit of the history. So as you're aware, we did an IT assessment for Reston Association, and it was really comprised of 4 components. It was optimization of personnel, information technology, reviewing your partners and suppliers, and then value streams and processes. So we're moving from discovery into really the transformational part of it. So Mike, if you'll move to slide number 3 for me. With that, we transitioned into the roadmap and project alignment. So one of the key elements in our recommendation was to work with the IT committee, and that committee has since been started, and we've had our 2 first meetings, and we developed an internal work plan that's going to align with a lot of the findings that we had specifically for Reston Association. With those particular items, they fell into 6 quadrants. And Mike, if you'll go to the next slide for me. So the key focuses for the future plan and delivery for Reston Association I kind of panned through some of the previous updates, and a lot of those updates were really technical in nature. I think we're shifting into a very strategic effort to improve the association's delivery of services to the constituents, protecting the organization, leveraging our managed service provider, and using some of the collaboration tools like M365, and then deploying some really good governance and benchmarking around the organization. So these 6 items are going to be the core focuses for Reston Association as we move forward for the next few months. I highlight these as work streams. I think there's some alignment specifically with the IT committee, and the goal is to revisit these chevrons periodically as we do updates going forward. So the goal is to move them from the yellow spaces more into the proactive and even into the managed spaces. So as this project moves along, you'll start to see this physical this physical diagram shift a bit and get more and more into the proactive space. And that's one of the goals based on the outlines of what we found in the IT maturity assessment. So with that, Mike, if you'll go to one additional slide for me. So the things that we've accomplished in the first quarter, formal presentation to board, specifically around board and IT committee around the IT assessment. We provided some additional content to the IT committee from the findings of the IT assessment to help start to formalize the plan of a work plan going forward for the IT committee, defining roles, requirements, and next steps as well. We've also we're creating a constituent-facing services we created a constituent-facing services matrix by department owner. What we want to do is really evaluate all the different applications, services that are provided to the constituents and the members of Reston Association, evaluate where those software's applications and services are used, understand really how impactful they help in providing access to information, addressing requests from the community. We're going to use that matrix then to really evaluate how to tie those applications together to make it even more seamless for the residents to get services specifically from Reston Association, so that we're just a bit more agile in our service delivery through technology. Additionally, we have worked jointly with the IT committee, again, to establish the work plan. And that was one of the big first steps for this first quarter of delivery. We've held 2 formal meetings thus far. We've even created a cadence for those meetings going forward. Part of that outcome was the work plan, as I highlighted in a previous segment of this discussion. We've taken steps to optimize our service provider, which is Red River, completed an annual review of their services, and made some internal changes to just better leverage those tools and make sure they were most efficient for our internal IT team members of Zane and Saeed, so they can streamline their efforts to bring services to our staff. Fully integrate the RA staff into the MSP provider services for assets and incident management. That was one of the spaces we had identified as a bit of a weakness, so we made those changes as well. Developed a service optimization roadmap for the MSP provider for 2022, not 2002. The goal there was to take what they needed to do for us and make sure they had a defined roadmap so they can constantly enhance the services that they provide for the organization. We created a viable plan for advanced security monitoring, SIM, SOC, and policy creation, which was one of the key findings in the chevrons that we saw just before. We've also are working to develop and submit a plan to the IT committee for review that's going to be specifically around the migration of the current Cisco phone system that is deployed in the Reston Association to a cloud delivery for both optimization of service, for redundancy of availability, and for a bit of cost savings. We've deployed and scheduled our annual security training specifically for the RA staff. That will kick off on April the 15th. And it's just a way to kind of really formalize the training mechanism for all of the staff that has access to the technology and uses the data within Reston Association. Additionally, we completed the install configuration of a redundant firewall to ensure data services in a high availability state. So those were the tasks for the first segment of this year. We have a pretty deep forward segment for everything that else that needs to be focused on. And one of the big items that we're going to take next looks at is to really evaluate the constituent facing services, all the applications, the way that the applications are accessed, the ease of that particular functionality for Reston Association. With that, that is the update from IT. And if there's any questions, I'll gladly fulfill them for you.
Thank you, Michael. I
Thank
see
you.
Bob's hand up.
Just a quick question, Mike. Do you envision having any sort of IT training for the board?
That is a very good question, Bob. One of the things I'm a big supporter of is functional training for all users. And I'll defer to that question internally just to make sure I have the proper steps and approval. But training for anyone who uses the technology just helps us better protect the organization and allows for better delivery of service. So that's something I can take note of and bring that back to the table for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Jennifer.
Michael, do we have a set of IT goals for 2022? In the past, we've had IT present us it's been in the past by quarter, the major things that they're going to try to accomplish. That piece I haven't seen this year yet.
And Jennifer, what I can do is I can share that. We've actually worked jointly with the IT committee and helped to prioritize kind of the hard hitting items that we need to address. And those work plans include a set of goals that are targets for the department. And that's something I can formalize and provide back through a communication as well.
Okay, thank you.
Michael. And go ahead, Jennifer.
I just have one more, and this speaks to a little bit later item. I'm hoping to clear it up now during this one. Is the board has several outstanding motions for the IT committee to take up some topics, and we haven't seen a work plan, but you spoke to it during the presentation. So I was wondering if we could have a copy of that and make sure that the board motions are on that work plan.
Yeah, I was going to let Jordan respond to that, but Larry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just two comments, and I was going to ask Jordan to speak as well regarding the work plan development, but also Michael mentioned the IT training for staff. We're making that mandatory. So that's, something that anybody that touches the system, which is not every single one of our staff, some of the grounds crew and so forth, but virtually everybody that touches the system is going to have to do that training. It's about a 45-minute training piece. So just wanted to make sure you all were aware of that. And then Jordan, you want to talk about the work plan development?
Sure thing. So good evening, directors and our RA members. I'm Jordan Fletcher, 12622 Verdun Lane, Reston 20191. Tonight, I'll be speaking as the chair of the IT committee. The IT committee met last week, as Michael mentioned, and finalized the proposed annual work plan. The board secretary has a copy of it. It's also posted to the IT committee Dropbox. One goal of that proposed plan is to improve RA efficiency, which can be done in many ways. So one of the primary ways in which efficiency is achieved is through process efficiency. And that's eliminating unnecessary tasks or steps, removing bottlenecks in the system, performing tasks in shorter time or with less resources through methods like IT enablement of a human-centered process. Another way to improve RA efficiency is to reduce cost or improve the time required to deliver services to the constituents. And the approach that we've recommended within the work plan is to start with the process efficiency piece and move toward the cost analysis. And we think that that's going to ensure that we adopt new technical solutions with a more complete understanding on the return on investment of investing in a further IT enablement or tools. So just as a quick background, I've actually personally performed a handful of process audits over the past 20 years. And those have ranged from topics like cybersecurity to IT process management. And every time I've performed one of these process audits, there's been a realization of the bottlenecks, extraneous services, missing process documentation, places where IT service enablement was direly needed. And then usually there's a corresponding task or organizational adjustment based off of the findings of a process audit. So the bottom line is there is real organizational value in performing this type of audit. What I am asking of the board in order to move forward with the request is that we need to let the RA members know that this process audit is happening, and then solicit qualified volunteers from the membership to help perform the audit. And my thought is that these would just be a handful of unofficial temporary volunteers selected by the IT committee, not having to go through the whole board operations committee approval processes, if that's allowable. The RA board, the second ask I would say is that the RA board support the audit through providing any existing process documentation and facilitating interviews of RA staff when process or service related questions arise based off of the documentation that we receive. So given the upcoming churn of annual activities that we heard about last week, and then the CEO selection that's going to be happening over the next several months, I think that it would make the most sense to begin this effort in earnest in May, but then spend the next couple of months just kind of identifying those temporary volunteers and getting them up to speed and getting the documentation that already exists before we start really rolling through the audit. So subject to your questions, I'd like to open the topic up to comment or questions from the board and the RA members.
Yes, Bob.
I think it's a very laudable goal. And I think I share Jordan's experience. These kinds of reviews do tease out very measurable improvements in the way you process transactions in the organization, and it's well worth the effort.
Any other comments? Yes, Jennifer.
Jordan, I didn't hear you. We don't have, first, I guess I can ask Christina if we can either have access, the board can have access to the IT Dropbox, because we don't have access currently, or at least I don't have access. So I can't see your work plan, and I don't see it on the website IT public drive either. But Jordan, you didn't mention any of the motions that we actually have made for your committee to review. So I want to make sure that we get those motions over to you if you don't have them, because there were a couple priority projects or ASAP projects that we tried to punt to the IT committee. So I want to make sure those get over to you.
Okay, I'll be glad to take a look at those. So, and Christina just posted a link in the chat to the proposed work plan.
Thank you so much, Christina. And then I had a question going back to before Jordan. Larry, you had mentioned at the end of your comments that you're exempting some staff from the IT security training. And I just want to make sure, are they people who have access to email? I want to make sure that we're giving it to the appropriate staff, and pretty much these days, anyone who has access to RA email, I would think would benefit from security training.
Right. Now,
one of the largest vulnerabilities you have.
Right.
Probably.
Anybody that touches email will take it. There are a handful of our field staff that don't. It's probably, let's just use a rough number of 100 staff. There's probably 5 to 7 staff, but everybody else will have to take it.
Thank you so much. And I guess I would ask the rest of the board, Jordan asked us for something. This is a board committee. Do we need to motion to approve what the IT committee is asking? Sounds like they're asking for access to staff time, or is that something that Larry just approves?
If I could comment, we have this conversation at the IT committee. I think, as I mentioned then to Jordan specifically, I think the timing is a critical piece because, even May, we're the program staff. I mean, when you think of the staff that have the touch points with IT, it's a lot of the programming staff, finance staff, et cetera, the covenant staff for that matter. Spring is absolutely the busiest time of year. And, we're onboarding people, we're running pools, running programs. So I thought, and I made this comment at the meeting last week, that I think the schedule is a little aggressive in terms of really commencing in May. And I also think that whomever we have in as the new CEO should have an opportunity to sit with Jordan and others and kind of weigh through this. But I just think the timeframe is a little aggressive given the seasonal nature of our operation. So that's my only comment.
Thank you, Larry. Any other discussion at this point? Okay, then thank you, Michael. Thank you, Jordan.
All right, thank you.
I want to interject here something because I do this all the time when we have committee appointments on the consent calendar, and I neglect to acknowledge who those people are. And I saw Donna that was here earlier and she left, and I asked Christina, please get her back so we can. So those committee appointments that we approved tonight, for those of you who may not be aware, it was Craig Clark from MTAC to approve an additional term for him, and Mike McDermott to approve him as chair of MTAC for an additional term. And we have Donna Vitale, who was with us tonight, who was approved to be the North Point member of the Covenants Committee. So welcome, Donna.
Thank you.
Your face, and you can go now if you want.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate
and
it.
I apologize for not doing that at the proper time.
No need. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you for wanting to serve on the Covenants Committee.
My pleasure. And thanks for choosing me. I'm looking forward to doing it.
All right. So thank you for indulging me, colleagues. So the next item is the first quarter capital projects update. Chris Shoemaker.
Good evening, everybody. Let me pull this up real quick. So I know this is technically supposed to be an informational until we get towards the end. So I'm going to probably fly through this first section here just to kind of go through it. So as always, I update the capital projects map on the RA website. So the new one is up now that covers all of the 2022 capital projects, includes icons, locations, maps, brief descriptions, and pictures. I'm trying to get more of those uploaded, but it's kind of a labor-intensive process to do that through Google. So not a lot up right now. Phase one projects, we're rocking and rolling right now over at Tall Oaks and Ridge Heights. We've removed a total of 240 tons of accumulated plaster from the two pools. That's about 7.2 fully loaded cement trucks worth. The contractor said he has actually never seen so much plaster at Ridge Heights before in any one pool. So a lot of accumulation. We've removed it all. So it's going to be in much better shape in the long run by doing so. So you can kind of see some of the pictures of what we've chipped out in each of these images. That lower one right there is one of the fully loaded roll-off dumpsters that they filled. Temporary roads, they're moving along right now. The concrete has been poured for the enclosures as well as the rampway area. They're going to be starting on some of the parking spaces here starting next week. So they're expecting to have that wrapped up sometime around mid-April. Another one is the Browns Chapel exercise trail, or extra trail as we kind of call it for short. That installation should be happening here in the next couple of weeks. We were just waiting on back-ordered parts. This order was actually placed around September of last year, and it's taken this long to get some of this equipment in. So we're excited to get these installed as soon as everything is in. Q2, we're doing some just roofing repair jobs, flooring repairs, and we're installing 2 additional footbridges. One's over by Dogwood Elementary, then one's by Soapstone Drive. So the engineering is on for that. Permitting will be happening pretty soon, and we'll start getting orders in and maybe have installation starting before we get into Q3. So the main topics that we wanted to talk about tonight are Barton Hill, Tennis, and Shadowwood. So starting off with Barton Hill. As you recall, Barton Hill is developed in a PRC, planned residential community, which is basically anywhere in Reston. Staff, we've been working with Fairfax County on a determination of the site and the project, and they have come back with a determination. In a nutshell, they determined that the introduction of lights expands the use of the recreational facility beyond what was contemplated with previous approvals and does not fall under one of the permitted exceptions. And one of those exceptions is like minor modifications, adding benches, small peripheral items in their decision. So they determined that because of the lighting and the extension of the operating hours, it's not considered a minor modification, and therefore a PRC plan is required for the addition of lights. In discussions with them, they did not say anything about the court work requiring any oversight from them. Just the rebuilding of the courts as they are. The conversion of pickleball is also not something that would be under their decision purview. It is strictly the lighting addition that would then require a PRC plan. So following that determination, we have kind of two options to go forward here. So we can either appeal that decision, which we would need to do so and file it by April 9th. The other option is then to pursue a PRC amendment. Speaking with our engineers, we've estimated between a 9 and 12 month process to get that cleared with an additional $80,000 to $90,000 in expense. It is a very intensive and thorough process to go through it. We would still then also have to go through DRB. So because of that, the timeline would easily push this project to start into late of 23 with completion sometime probably in the first half of 2024. Another element that we are also working with the county, we've just had recent discussions with them, is regarding the updated zoning ordinance in terms of sports field lighting that was made effective about mid part of last year. So this is after we'd already done the installations at Hook Road and Autumnwood and North Hills, where they've implemented some of these new requirements and limitations on lighting. And one of them is in regards to the maximum maintained horizontal foot candles that has a discrepancy with the industry standards that we have. So we're working with them on that. We believe we can come to a mutual benefit decision here on this. We're also talking with other local agencies on their lighting and how they feel about this. So I think we'll be able to solve this one, but it is one I just want to put on your radar that until that one is amended or changed, it would impact future lighting projects at other facilities.
Chris, can I jump in for just a second?
Sure.
On that piece. So Chris and I had a meeting with the Park Authority earlier this week, and they have already initiated a conversation with the zoning administration branch to get a zoning amendment, which we fully support, to create greater latitude on that recreational court foot candle. The Park Authority currently uses a 30 to 50 average. The max that is allowed in the current zoning ordinance is 40. The zoning person who actually I dealt with ZMOD is aware of that discrepancy, and it appears that either later this year or early next year there will be a zoning ordinance amendment to change this. And so the Park Authority and RA are in alignment in working with zoning staff to get this changed.
Larry, did you were recommending that we perhaps need to consult with counsel during our next executive session about this?
That has to do primarily with the BZA piece. I want to discuss some particulars with that.
Okay. Thanks. Yes, Bob?
As I read through the letter, it struck me that not only does this decision affect the current project at hand, the Barton Hill Tennis, but it certainly has implications for all renovations going forward if we make substantive changes to the existing facility. Any view on that, Larry? Because the way that the decision was written, it didn't seem like it gave us wiggle room except to appeal the decision.
So, I agree. I think it certainly has potential implications for future changes of facilities. And so I want to, I guess that's sort of the consultation with council piece. I want to get a little more specific, based upon conversations I've had with outside counsel.
Okay.
Thanks. Anything else before Chris can move on?
Okay.
Bob.
We're not expected to make a decision on this then right now? Or is that going to come?
I don't
later?
believe so.
That's correct.
Because I saw the April 9th. April 9th is not very far away.
That's true. But we do have time.
All right.
When wait, when are we going to do that? when would we be doing that, Larry? I'm sorry, I'm lost. When are we going to have time for an executive session between now and April 9th?
We have an executive session at the end of this meeting.
Okay, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Was that cited for legal matters too? I know it was for personnel matters, but I didn't know it was noticed for legal.
Consultation with counsel and
It's
personnel.
there.
matters.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, Larry.
No problem.
Okay, so let's moving towards Shadowwood here. So, the kind of the basis of this portion of the presentation is really to give, myself, the engineering team, some guidance on what we need to do moving forward with this project. Because we need to have some direction to then start developing the conceptual design for DRB approval and kind of moving this thing along. And so, one of the items that I had a little bit of struggling with was the Prac recommendations and some of the board initial discussions on where to move forward with this. And some of the recommendations kind of contradict a little bit, a refurbishment versus a renovation level. But it sounds like there is a little bit of consensus here, just judging from the earlier member comments, that we kind of have a direction we want to go with. But this is kind of the pretext of what this portion of the presentation was about, which is really just for, my verification and my team to understand where we're moving on this. So, the option one was to repair. This really is covering a lot of those items that came about from an inspection report that I performed late last year that I shared with the board. It's a lot of this sort of normal day-to-day stuff, chipping out of the main pool, replastering a tile, coping, repairing the roofing, doing all these kind of normal type of items, albeit there's a lot of them and they do add up. But they're strictly just maintenance items, nothing new, nothing different. The refurbishment expands on that a bit further, where it includes not only those items, because they do need to happen for just basic operations, but also doing a few other enhancements to try to lift the pool up slightly, but not necessarily go to a full renovation. So squaring off the pool. Now, be it, we're already kind of on the bubble in terms of maximum surface area and therefore fixture count. We think we could probably still maybe maneuver the pool a little bit, maybe reduce it slightly to make it 20 yards swimming versus 25 meters, but still squaring it off. So that way you're not necessarily increasing the surface area, but you're still providing lap swimming. Natural gas heating, there is a gas line that is along South Lakes Drive. We could tap into that, installing the equipment, assuming we have the space in the pump room to squeeze it all in there. I think it's possible. We could probably get a little bit creative on how we lay the plumbing out, but I think it could be done within an existing footprint. If not, then we need to maybe look at trying to expand the pump room somehow, but keep it within tolerances. I'm not triggering a lot of additional county reviews. But any kind of expansion of that pump room would require us to shift that transformer out of the way, because right now it's about a foot from the building on the side of the pump room. And then providing some accessibility to the building itself. Right now, the parking lot doesn't really have any accessible parking spaces, and the pathway leading from the parking lot to the pool bathhouse has grades, up to 10%. And you can't have anything more than 8.3%. And they need to actually have landings, at intervals between there. So, working through trying to make it a little bit more accessible. The bathhouse itself will not be fully accessible because we still don't have bathroom stalls large enough for ADA accessibility. They're not wide enough to turn around. There's really not enough space in those bathrooms to expand those stalls wide enough to make them fully ADA compliant. So that's still going to be a limitation, but we're providing some accommodations, but we're not going to be able to make it completely ADA compliant going this route. So, with this type of level, we're still talking about 4 to 6 months design, another 3 to 5 months of implementation once you actually get, contractors started and rolling on it. And exceptionally rough order of magnitude numbers. A lot of this is based on some loose, information I've gathered and some gut instinct, to be honest. And you're still talking about $750,000 to $1 million, depending on, options and scale of this. The third option was the full-fledged renovation. This is very likened to what we just did at Lake Throw, going through a very wide, in-depth process. But it would allow us to do things like expanding the building facility, adding new elements like, conversions of pools to splash pads or something of that nature. And then reconfiguring of the internal bathhouse to make it ADA compliant. But doing so is going to take a lot of time, and it will also take a lot of money, especially in this market. And again, rough numbers, you could be talking between 1.5 and 2.5 million, depending on what you end up doing. So, based upon the conversations, it seems like we have a decision here. And so I'd leave it to the board to ask any other questions you may have. I do have, I believe, a couple of members of the Kimberly Horn team here, if you have any specific technical questions for them.
Thanks, Chris. Chris, I have a question because it came up during one of the member comments, and I know Larry and I have talked about this a little bit, but can you talk about what the issues would be with zero entry?
So zero depth entry would be, I think, relatively feasible for the wading pool. Again, we just have to be very careful about the expansion of the surface area, because you're likely going to increase the footprint and volume of the wading pool to make it zero depth, unless we really kind of tweaked it to make it stay about the same. We've done zero depth conversions before at other facilities. Glade has been one. I believe GCI is another. So it is feasible. I think there is enough room within that footprint to do it. But there's still a couple unknowns exactly what may trigger additional county oversight in terms of fixture counts and things of that nature. But we would know more about that once we kind of got further into it, I think.
If I could just add on to that too, to make the main pool a zero depth entry eats up a ton of real estate on the deck. And unless we make the overall pool smaller, we would absolutely be increasing the water surface area. Because even if it's 2 inches deep, if that's the normal pool basin, that counts as part of the water surface area.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, Larry, I'm sorry to interrupt, Karen.
Tim has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
And then after that, you go.
Chris, just a real quick question. Can you confirm option 3 also includes the natural gas heating, right? Just like option 2?
Yes, they all kind of build up on each other. So option 3 includes everything from 2 and 1.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Mike.
Larry, can you remind me what is the effect of expanding the water surface? I know that triggers other things. What things are those?
It's primarily the fixture count. So the bather load is one person per 27 square feet of water surface area. And depending on that number, that then determines the fixture counts for sinks, bathrooms, showers, etc.
Okay. So
we are right at the cap with the existing water surface area.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Chris? All right, I'm gonna.
Karen.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Chris, you can stay on Shadowwood because I have a question on that too. But earlier in your presentation, you talked about the Exer Trail items that we're adding, and I looked them up, and they're not cheap. So I kind of want to make sure that we're doing what we can after your team puts them in to, advertise them, or do we have communication plans in place after we add, elements to facilities to make sure members know that they're there? And then the other thing I was thinking is, is there something that Laura's team can do to entice people around the community to use them? Because I also noticed in your slide deck that you guys are looking to potentially put more of these, along trails, or use more of these same extra trail items on, around Reston, not just at this one location. I was thinking about even something like, is there a competition where so many members pass them and do them, and they have a QR code on them, and there's a leaderboard or something like that to get the community enticed to use them, because we do pay a lot of money for them. So if staff could just consider what we can do in that realm, I would appreciate it, especially when we're adding items like that to our facilities. On the pool piece, Chris, I know you and I exchanged emails today relating to it, but I think it would be helpful to have it, spoken in the open meeting so that the members can understand it. Can you speak a little bit to the reason why you selected the type of heating to natural gas, what you might know about the ongoing costs, and when we would use the heater?
Sure. So the reason why natural gas was selected is that, in the pool industry, natural gas is kind of king in terms of heating efficiency. By therm, it's got the lowest rate. It's kind of erratic right now, but generally speaking, natural gas is the best in terms of therms, because you're not dealing with propane, which requires a tank and deliveries on an ongoing basis. So you have a lot of additional expenses related to that. Electricity is also an option. We use it at Ridge Heights, except when trying to heat a body of water this big, you're talking hundreds of thousands of gallons of water. It requires an extremely high amount of electricity. I think Ridge Heights is almost close to between, I think, $9,000 and $11,000 a year just in electrical costs to heat that pool with those heaters. And so electricity is not really an efficient way of heating a body of water that big. I've even talked with reps about doing hybrids between solar and geothermal. And they said, based upon that location of that site, there really is not enough solar sunlight exposure to support that. And the expense of putting in any kind of conjunction geothermal is exceptionally expensive. We know that because we have geothermal at Nature House. It requires boring hundreds of feet down to then get appropriate geothermal temperatures to then have any effect, really. So natural gas is really the best option. And especially when it's so close, you're talking about a gas line in South Lakes Drive. So you're talking, less than 100 feet from the pump room where we'd have access to it. So it makes sense to use it this way. In terms of and what was the next question? I'm sorry, I know about the heat piece. What was the next part?
Ongoing costs and when we would plan to use the heating system.
Got it. Sorry. So the ongoing costs, as I said, it has the lowest per therm cost. So in that sense, you're dealing with maybe potentially, and I don't have exact figures. We don't have a natural gas heated pool. I would say maybe between $5,000 and $7,000 in fuel costs per year. But I'm basing those numbers around approximate values that we have at North Shore on propane, which higher therm value, and that facility would likely operate longer, because the intent for the heating for this facility would be to supplement any type of solar radiation that we may get. It is not intended to open the facility earlier, like an early open seasoning, like Ridge Heights and North Shore, unless the board wishes to do so, which carries substantial extra costs. It's also complex because of staffing. Speaking from the maintenance department, which I worked in for 8 years, it is already hard enough to get 2 early opening season pools operating in time, that time of year. So adding a third is going to be exceptionally challenging for the maintenance team to get that running, because we have such a short window to do all of this work before opening. And so adding a third one to that would be a challenge. And the extra cost, I think it adds, $40,000, I think, approximately. And this is from a presentation I gave back in September of last year, when we talked about this similar subject at Lake Throw about heating it. Making it an early and late operating season facility adds substantial cost to it in the long run.
Mike?
Thanks. Guys, can you remind me how many fully ADA compliant pools do we have now?
So by today's standards, I would say that was it Dogwood, Glade, Hunter's Woods, and Uplands. I think the ones that have been renovated since the 1990s.
Great. So our
would be-
members,
yeah.
our members who have access challenges have options at other pools, is what I'm getting at.
They do. They are not equally distributed, but we do.
Sure. I understand. Okay, thank you.
Yes, John.
Thank you, Madam President. This is listed as an informational item, so I don't know that we need to make a decision tonight. I would like that clarified. But whether or not a decision is required of the board tonight, I'd like to know whether Chris and Larry have a clear recommendation on which of the three options to use. I think they've given some implications what they think, but I would like a clear indication of their recommendation to us.
John, just let me respond that we did amend the agenda to make this an
Okay.
action and discussion item in
Okay.
addition to informational.
Okay,
And
I'm
we
sorry.
have a proposed motion from staff to recommend option 2, but I will let Chris and Larry chime in. on
That's good enough for me. I don't need to prolong this. I'm sorry. I did not see the motion. Thanks.
Karen,
Uh-huh. Go
I
ahead.
have a couple of questions, if that's okay, and then I have the motion. I'm happy to make it. Chris, can you give us a little bit of an idea of what it would cost to switch the wading pool to a splash pad like you have in option 3?
I don't think I could give you something like that off the top of my head that would have any accuracy. I would surmise at least over 75K minimum, but I don't have any positive feelings on that number, to be honest.
No worries. And if we remove the wading pool, what does it do to the water surface area problem that we have? Would that solve it? And would we be able to add zero entry if we took the wading pool away?
Potentially, it does factor in as a result, but I don't know. It would depend on how large a scale we'd have to go with the main pool to make it compliant, because you could be adding quite a bit of surface area to expand and make it zero depth entry, or even adding a ramp potentially, unless we try to wiggle it within the existing footprint.
Okay. And then the last I have is on option 3, you have reconfigure pool deck and perimeter fence. What are you envisioning with that? And is there a way we can incorporate that into option 2?
So that was really tied towards any kind of expansions or adjustments to the bathhouse. So that would then, modify and adjust the deck as a result, or changing fence lines to then allow us to provide like a zero depth area to be open, year round, kind of like Dogwood. So we'd have to try to, modify the decks and the fencing arrangements to then close off access during certain times of the year and then open it during others. So that was kind of where that parlayed with in that comment.
Thank you.
I don't think we would need to expand the footprint or fence line substantially with, option 2, because we would want to operate within the existing footprint, because otherwise it would then trigger, further reviews by the county.
Got it. And Karen, if you're okay, are you okay with me making the board motion, or did we want more discussion?
Yeah, no, I think if nobody else has anything, I just wanted to clarify that since this is, we all remember with Lake Thoreau, how many sessions we had with concept design discussions and things like that. So if we approve option 2 tonight, to let Chris and his team, start working on this with Kimley Horn, I presume, or whoever, I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, in the coming months, there would be opportunities to tweak the design, I presume, right?
Yeah.
Within the basic parameters of what we would approve tonight.
Yeah, so with the guidance that I anticipate or hope that you would make tonight, we take that as our marching orders, and we will go back and start working with Kimley Horn and start putting that to paper, essentially. And obviously getting more accurate costs on those elements.
Right.
And the key is that fine line between the water surface area and not kicking in higher requirements on the fixture counts. I mean, that's a very, very delicate line we have to balance. And the other thing that we have to be careful of as well is on the water surface area is if you increase that, the county may come back and say, well, you don't have enough parking. Now we can always apply to the director and say, look, everybody walks to this pool, which we've been successful at in the past, but not every time. And so again, there's a lot of different nuances to this, but yeah, we would come back and keep you apprised as we move forward.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Following this phase, there'd be another key decision point after we get through the design, architecture, engineering, and we're also would be doing DRB in tandem with that, like we did with Lake Thorough.
And would we have sessions involving the community too for their input?
Potentially, but you add a lot of those sessions in, it does take time.
Sure.
If you want to get this done quickly, then we're going to have to probably keep it to a minimum,
Well,
unfortunately.
and we also had the input from the community from the survey too. So yeah.
And
Okay.
DRB would also offer avenues for comment.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead, Sarah. If there's no further well, we can make the motion, and then if there's any further discussion. So
Sure. So move to approve KDP 1 and move forward to design, architecture, and engineering phase based on option 2 on the refurbishment of Shadowwood Pool to include the following: repairs and replacements as outlined in the 2021 inspection report, squaring off the main pool to provide lap swimming, installation of natural gas heating for the main pool and updating of pool filtration systems to meet code, installation of an accessible route from the parking lot to the bathhouse, relocation of the power transformer as necessary. Have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bob.
any further discussion?
I'm sorry, Sarah, did you mention the security fence?
No,
Was that a deliberate omission or was that understood?
I can
Pardon me,
include it.
not the relocation, the upgrading of it, I mean.
I did not have it in my motion, but
Chris,
Chris
can we
and
move
Larry,
to
did you-
option 2 slide?
The second last bullet there under option,
we have the relocating of the power transformer, but didn't include the upgrade of the security fence. I can add it in if you would like.
Yeah,
if that's,
if the transformer moving is if it's necessary, that's a cost that if we don't have to do it, we don't want to do it.
So Larry, would the security fence upgrade also be if needed?
I believe so, Chris, chime in, but I think that's, depending on what the ultimate configuration is as we try to maintain that fine balance on the water surface area, if we have to move the fence, that may be, coincidental with the other things that have to happen. I don't know if it requires, specific call out in the motion though. Because the county has specific requirements on fencing.
Option 2 in the motion is not the same as option 2 in the presentation.
There was a little bit of summations, I believe, in terms of combining some of those bullet points or elements into a simpler format. But if there was any fencing modifications that would need to be done, I mean, they would just be done in conjunction with anything else that, interrelate with these other items. There's also fencing repairs that are part of that inspection report. So, it'd be just modifications or adjustment as needed to the fence line.
I could just leave it at based on option 2. Didn't need to add the bullet points, if that would make everyone feel better. This is verbatim from Larry, so.
Right. Or, we can just amend the motion to add modifications of fencing if needed.
If needed, sure. I'll accept that amendment. If Bob, you're okay with
I'll
it?
accept this. My second will.
Thank you.
I'll second the.
Okay. I see 2 hands up, Tim and Mike, and I'm sorry, I don't know who's went up first.
Tim's first. No, Tim's first.
So a question for my colleagues on the board. What is the basic justification for providing the Thoreau pool with the full option 3 renovation, but deciding to give the Shadowwood pool the less expensive option 2 renovation?
Larry, you want to take that? If not, I can go into it.
I think he asked the board.
Yeah.
Prefer, but
So Tim, when we had this conversation last year with the community and we were looking at closing down Shadowwood, there was a discussion about how much can we do without sort of shooting ourselves in the foot. When we go for the full renovation, there are complications even regarding traffic patterns and parking. And the community was loud when they said they wanted this pool open as soon as possible. They had already lost 3 seasons. And in doing the option 3, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at least 3, definitely not next season. Am I right?
Correct.
So we were trying to balance the needs of the community with what was the best way to address their must-haves.
Okay, thank you.
I would add to that the dangerous conditions of the Lake Thoreau pool in the whole setting. I think that was one of the reasons that it became such a huge project. And I think that, yeah, Mike.
You just muted yourself.
I did, right. Sorry, I got it backwards. Sorry about that. Anyway, Larry and Chris, I think you've heard from a few board members and probably other members of the community that there is at least some interest in this zero entry pool. And I liked Sarah's idea of swapping out the waiting pool for the zero entry. And I know it's not a directive in the option 2. I would like to hear more about it. If you think you can play around with it and make that work, I think the board would be very receptive to it.
I think we can certainly work with the design team, 2 of whom are on the call, I think, and look at that. Again, it'll come down to the nuance and the balance with the water surface area primarily, but
Right.
Probably a way to do it.
Yep.
For those of you familiar with Dogwood Pool, we've got the zero dump entry into that main pool basin. It's an interesting, or some would say funky shape, but again, we can look at the various alternatives to see if we can make it work.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I know we can't get the whole thing ADA compliant, or we're going to have to compromise on ADA compliance on this one. But if we can pull this out so people can get into the pool, that would make me happy.
I've asked this question before. I'm sorry, Mike, were you finished?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. About ADA compliance, and I know I've asked you, Chris, but how is it that we can get away with not being completely ADA compliant with the bathrooms in particular? Isn't there, what are the laws about that?
So, we have general counsel, but from my recollection, because we have reviewed this topic before, but from my memory, it's because we are a member private organization. We operate under some slightly different regulations in terms of ADA. Now, we still would, any type of building permit, we'd have to always at a minimum provide 20%, towards the budget towards ADA. But in terms of requiring all of our facilities to be so, I don't believe is required because we're not a public entity. We do, however, try to make ADA compliance, paramount whenever we can, wherever we can. But, in terms of requirements, no, not that I'm aware of.
We need to make sure of that. Right.
I believe it was, we looked at, I think many years ago, this came up. I think Chadwick, Washington, evaluated it for us. I have to kind of look back at records on that, but we can also get that reaffirmed if you would like.
All right, that's my memory too, Chris. I remember that advice from Chadwick, and he gave it publicly. It wasn't some secret closed door advice that we got.
The other notion that you've heard us say before, having to do with the splash pad, is that that was one of staff's early suggestions of having a splash pad that's accessible to the community, where you access it not through the pool during pool hours. So it's open to the public when the pool is closed. So it can be open earlier in the season, later in the season. When the pool is open, there's two ways to do it. You could have a gate to it so that people that are using the pool use it, but nobody from the outside can get into it. Or it's just purely an outside non-pool pass facility adjacent to the pool. And if somebody wants to go play in the splash pad during break, they go through go out of the pool house and go over to it. And those, the splash pads are considerably more amenable to making accessible than a pool basin itself.
And Larry, would the splash pad count towards your water surface area or no? Does that impact it in any way?
That's $1 million question, Sarah. And we've got Kimberly Horn working on that. And I think a lot of it would come down to if it's within the fenced area or not. So if it's exterior to the pool, it's on the site, but it's not part of the fenced enclosure of the pool, then it may not count towards it.
Wow. The things you learn as an RA board member. My.
Well, like I said, there's a lot of nuances to this stuff.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And there's definitely worth looking into a splash pad outside of the fenced area, just because you have a lot of siblings waiting for their older siblings getting off the bus, that I can totally see the little ones running in the water while they're waiting for the school bus. But I don't know if that's $100,000 requirement. We will leave that discussion for another day.
Okay, any more discussion on this motion?
I think Jennifer has her.
Yep.
I don't think that I need to put it as part of the motion, but I just want to reiterate, I really strongly support any community input opportunities that we can get along the way on this one. Putting it in a newsletter, really like the page, Chris, that you did for Lake Thoreau, so that every time we met a KDP or got another, half inch of the way there, you were showing pictures and site plans and where we were. And like you said, they'll certainly be able to come to the DRB or come to our meetings, our board meetings. I definitely, I think we're all kind of feeling the splash pad, zero entry idea. I would love staff to, consider those when you're working with Kimberly Horn. I do think at some point there is a, fixing the pool and doing some minor modifications to it, to where is that line where it becomes a total redesign. And so I just want to remind all of us that the more bells and whistles and wish list items we try to put in here, the more we should probably lean towards getting full community input on a redesign versus calling it a refurbishment. I'd like to see staff for the 2023 budget put some budget numbers together on using the heater on the shoulder season. We don't have many heated pools in Ruston, and if we're going to pay, $100,000 for a heater, I'd really like us to consider using it, since we only have 2 other pools. And definitely heard you, Chris, when you said it may be a limitation from staff. So hearing all of that come up during the next budget process, those perspectives, I think would be really helpful to us. That's all I have. Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a real quick request. I let it be noted that I really am intrigued by the idea of the splash pool, but I would want to make sure that we consult our insurance broker and our general counsel about any liability issues related to that. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Any more discussion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? I can't see everybody. Now I can. Thank you. Looks like nobody's opposed. Okay, so that carries unanimously. Okay. Chris, so you have more in your report?
I believe there's a little bit about Lake Throw. Just talking about the, I don't know if my presentation is still up or not, but just quick update, Lake Throw, we're probably on 75% or maybe even a little bit more in terms of the permitting process. So we're very close to actually start getting these permits in hand. We're hoping to get construction kicked off here probably in the maybe the first or second week of April, probably more likely second week of April. We've only had to address a couple of minor material changes to the plan set. One was regarding one of the doors on the exterior, changing it from sliding barn to a swinging. That was because of fire marshal requirements to have a emergency egress point. You can't technically push open a barn door in emergency. So you have to have one of these swinging doors with a panic bar in case there's a crowd surge to get out of the building. But that's all that's been really crazy about that. There has been a few updates in terms of, we're working on updated final project cost estimates following all the value engineering and the permitting requirements that the county came back with. So I'll hopefully have something a little bit more concrete for you here in the coming weeks to relay that to you. And then just the snapshot where we are right now with our expenses. We're a little bit behind compared to previous years, but keeping in mind that over half this year's budget is just in Lake Throw alone, and we haven't started construction yet. So that's why we haven't seen a typical, $1.5 to $2 million per quarter expenditure, is because so much of it is tied up in these major projects, and a lot of those aren't going to be beginning to invoice until Q2. And also keeping in mind that we are been seeing a general, a generated negative variance both in the actual as well as projected on several projects, and that's a lot of it's been driven by the economy right now. And you could reference, my previous comments I've made at other meetings about, where the industry is right now. And it's been pretty volatile and continues to be so. So that was about it.
Okay, not quite so fast. I would like, Chris, if you could say something, give an update for those members listening for the board on the Butterfly Meadow structure and the Hunters Woods ball field renovation. I know the community is anxiously awaiting to hear about some kind of progress on both of those. And I know the obstacles that have had to be overcome, but it would be nice to have something out there and for the membership to hear.
Yeah, so for the Butterfly Overlook, we're working through some more design refinement now that we have a little bit additional budget to work with. We still need to coordinate a follow-up discussion with the stakeholders over there in that area to discuss it. So we're still trying to push forward on that one as well. It is taking a little bit of time, but there's a lot of this kind of the silly season, as I call it right now for us, where we have a lot of projects going on simultaneously. So we're trying to keep up, but we are working on it. And then over at Hunters Woods, we had to kind of go back and forth on how to get this geotechnical drilling done. I think we've kind of settled on a plan forward on how to get it done and then get that addressed with the county, which was really their final comment they had on the site plan before they then accepted it and approved it. And then once we do that, we can actually start moving forward on generating an RFP and getting this thing out to bid and hopefully try to have some work done on it before the end of the year.
Okay, I was just going to ask you for a timeline. So you don't foresee anything happening before the end of the year on that?
No, I do. I do think once we have that site plan cleared, I do believe we can get started on the work. I don't know how much of it we're going to be able to get executed this year based upon the budget that we have available. But I do think we can get some of the elements going on it.
I think if people see something happening, it will make them very happy.
I would surmise, just based on the way the market is right now, that we would get bids that are likely over our budget that we have available right now, but we could phase it between this year and to 2023's budget to then, complete all the work.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And timeline on the butterfly meadow thing. It's such a little thing, and we've waited so long.
It's funny how the little things can be rather complicated still, especially when you have a lot of very, involved, very passionate people. So we are going to try to get working on that quickly. We will have to go back through DRB again for any kind of, design changes from what we had approved. And I'm pretty sure that's expired at this point anyway. But we are going to push it. I can't promise you a timeline right now. I think we'd probably get maybe done before we get too far into summer. But we just really need to settle on a design so I can then start bidding out.
Right. And I'm happy to put together a site visit or help you do that.
Sure.
Do it.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is first quarter CEO report.
So in keeping with Madam President's last meeting, and given that this is informational and that we're 35 minutes behind, you all have the report in your packet. Hopefully you've had a chance to study it. I made one adjustment to the HR page, the first bullet, which we don't need to show, but just to let you know that we had made an offer that was not taken. And so we're back out on the market for the HR and Admin Services Director, unfortunately. But we thought we had a great candidate. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but it's there for your reading, pontification, whatever. But
enjoyment.
Yes, and your enjoyment, certainly. Particularly the last slide with the cherry trees in bloom. So
yes. Yeah, I like that last slide. Okay. Any questions for Larry on his quarterly report? Wow. Okay. All right.
I really do enjoy having them. I will. It's very helpful, and I think that it really speaks to not only the full board but the members who read through it to see how many things the RA staff are accomplishing. It's kind of the summary of all of the accomplishments every time you give it, Larry. So thank you for providing them.
It's pretty astounding too, considering the two hats that you wear, at least two. So
well, I give all the credit to the staff, because I put out a call and say, look, hey, I need highlights, they'll look forward to the next quarter. And then I get more from some people than others. And so I have to just kind of parse through that and put the gems in. And, so it's kind of fun to put together as well. So I'm glad you appreciate it, and we'll continue to do that.
Good. Well, I hope that everybody who cares, and I hope that's a lot of people, will in the membership will read this. Okay, thank you, Larry. Okay, Jennifer, first quarter progress report on outstanding board motions.
So Christina and I'll say I with about 10% of the work, and Christina with about 90% of the work, made sure that the board motion summaries were updated by staff with comments. You all have had an opportunity to review that in advance of this meeting. So mostly looking to see if you have any direction on some supplemental activities that you would like, other committees, staff, other board members to take to move some of these motions forward that are in progress, or if you have any questions related to the comments that were provided on the document. I will note while you all are thinking or coming up with others, I have a note that between Christina, Larry, and I, that we will get the IT committee, all of the IT motions that are on that list so that they know to move forward with those. Had a question on, we've been having Christina collect comments from members on pools, and wanted to see if that was something that the board would like to continue to do, or if you want to take a pause and maybe if we need it later, I imagine around budget time, maybe we would need it. Would you be okay to pause that for now? And I think that was Sarah's motion. I can't remember who seconded it.
I think it was my motion, and we could keep that going just because I think with Shadowwood we will be getting more feedback, and I think we'd love to keep that.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other one that I picked out of the list is the Director of Environmental Services is a budgeted for position. And I know Larry's reported a couple times now that he would like to wait until the new CEO comes on board. And it's make sure we're all good with that plan. Or do we have other thoughts?
Again, it's my motion. I'm good with that plan, but I would leave it to the others to decide.
Makes sense.
Anybody not good with that? Okay.
Okay. I think it will certainly be saving RA budget money because as Larry has shown, he's been trying to find an HR person for months and we're back to the drawing board. So just expect when we do start looking for that position, it might take longer than we all would hope to get that person on board. We have one on the diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think it was the hope that this board we had a few steps or goals that we wanted to do. I think we only made it part of the way through that. So I would say at this point we're going to punt to the new board and probably need to go back to that one and figure out if we're going to start over again or try to find a way to continue that. But I think that one is not going to move without board involvement.
Jennifer,
And, yes.
A real quick note, the board members can still complete their online training through, I believe it is October of 2022. Mm-hmm. So that part can be completed at individual board members' own pace.
Yes. If you need a reminder, I'm sure that Danielle or someone in HR can get you a link to it if you've lost your link.
Are they sending reminders? I would think that they would. No?
No, I've not seen them.
Okay.
Not lately.
Well, I did mine early on, so I don't.
Yeah.
I just don't know if those who haven't done them are getting reminders. I don't know. Okay.
And then the last note that I had was the finance committee. There were 2 items. It looked like we're waiting for the finance committee. And so maybe we can get Tom to remind the finance committee to put those items on their agenda. That's the summary of the list I had. If there's any other questions or ideas on how to move the other ones forward, happy to take them.
Thank you for doing that, Jennifer.
Oh, yes, and thank Christina. Like I said, she did all the hard work. Yeah. Okay, well, if there are no other questions, then Karen, back to you.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Okay, next up is the treasurer's report. Patrine and Tom Deal.
Okay, we're going to keep this very abbreviated since we're only 2 months into the current year. We had mentioned at the last meeting that we were going to have a discussion of the 2021 financial results. As a result of just the pace pace of other duties that that will not be discussed tonight. And we will have everything finalized by the May board meeting. I'd like to make two very brief comments about the financial results through February. Both revenues and expenses have positive variances, but I'm going to qualify those. First of all, the new accounting system shows a line item for depreciation, which has not been shown on the operating budget in past years. In fact, it is not a budgeted item. So that is a difference. Secondly, the new accounting system handles purchase orders differently than the old system. Once a purchase order is entered into the system, it's considered to be paid in full, even if only a partial payment has been made or there is a timing difference. And lastly, unrealized gains and losses on investments is a new revenue item, again, an unbudgeted item. We've had these flow through the financial statements before, but it's been done in the past through the balance sheet. So that's why I say that the current financials are not easily comparable as they have been in past years. One final comment, and that has to do with receipt of the 2022 assessments. As of March 10th, or March 12th, excuse me, 84% of the total assessments have been received, which tracks very favorably to past years. So I will leave it at that. It's not a whole lot there. We could go through the items, but I think that the detail, but I don't think it's necessary at this point, unless any board member has a question. I'd certainly be happy to answer or pawn it off on Tom if I can't.
Thanks, Bob. Anybody have any questions for Bob or Tom? Okay, well, thank you very much. And thank you, Bob, for all the work and the thorough reports you have given us all year. I know I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much.
I think the rest of the board does too. Okay, item K, budget calendar.
Okay, Christina, could you pull up the calendar, please? So per Assessment and Finance Resolution 1, as we enter the next budget cycle, the CEO is required to draft a budget development calendar for presentation to the board. There's no specific requirement of when the board has to approve it, but I wanted to get it out to you as early as possible. And this is based on, sort of the last 2 or 3 years of how we've done things. So it's here for you to consider. Perhaps you've already studied it. One of the important things is that we've essentially included 2 drafts, and past experience, we've kind of done 3 and 4 drafts. And I know Bob and others are like, yeah, that's too many. So this is I would say somewhat aspirational, but in the hopes that we can get through it crisply. An important date there that I think has worked well in the past couple of years is there's no board meeting in August. So that August 17 is the joint fiscal committee board work session on the budget. So I think that's always been a helpful meeting. So we've got that on there. So I present this to you for your consideration. Christine and I and Tom went through these dates. We think they're correct, but when it's so anyways, I hope they're all correct and the proper days and so forth, but it's here for you to consider. Again, there's no requirement to approve it tonight. That's not saying you couldn't, but for those of you who have studied it, I'm happy to answer any questions or Tom or Christina could jump in as well.
Thanks, Larry. Questions?
Larry, this is Jennifer. I wonder if we would consider that for the June 10th one. I know that fiscal obviously needs the information, but I wonder if the budget requests and suggestions could just go to applicable committees, because I imagine, sometimes we'll have ones that are facilities related, and I would think those should go to Prac, or if they're environmental considerations, maybe it goes to EAC. But obviously it has to go to fiscal, but I'd love to see the suggestions go to any committee that, could help with input.
Yeah, that's a good point. So maybe Christina, make a note of that for that June 10th, to appropriate committees, including fiscal committee or something of that nature. Because you're right, there are suggestions that often get routed to EBTAC or EAC and so forth.
Right. Yeah.
That's a good point.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Anybody else? Do we want to entertain a motion to approve this tonight?
Karen, because Larry wanted to make sure the dates are correct, and it's not a requirement. I think this sets forth provides a very clear direction for the board and for staff to prepare the budget. I don't think we need to approve it. I agree with Larry.
At some point, do our resolutions say we need to formally approve it?
I don't have that resolution in front of me.
Trying to remember what we did.
I think I would say if not a requirement, I think in practice, the board has approved it so that the communications staff can, calendar specific dates and other committees, fiscal and so forth. But we can certainly get back to you on that.
We can, we can deal with this in May. Then.
Well, the first date is in April, so I'd say without objection.
Well, the first date is really tonight. Staff to present it, so yeah.
Yeah, I would say then without objection, after staff, reviews the dates and makes that one minor modification, that the board approve it for release to the membership.
I'll second that. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anybody opposed? Oh, okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. All right, next, Director Mooney, Board and Association Ops Resolution 11, Association spokespersons.
Christina, could you please put the red line version on the screen? So as Christina's doing that, so this amendment's chief purpose is to remove section 3 of the existing resolution, which describes when an individual member receives an email through the board of directors at reston.com email. And in discussions with the BGC, with the acting CEO, Larry, with communications director, Mike Leone, everybody agreed that that situation did not fall under the general heading of the 5th be it resolved, which again talks about emails addressed to the general board email address. So individual members are not by definition addressed. So it didn't fit under there. Another reason for removing it is it has at time given the incorrect impression to board members that this was the standard way for directors to forward staff service or information requests they've received from members to staff. So that is why that is proposed to be removed. The let me address so that was one of Erwin's questions. Let me go back to the first, now therefore be it resolved. What the language there, if we can, that's on the first page. Christina, I'm sorry, I started on this second page. Let's go to the first page. There we go. So this paragraph down here, can you make that bigger? So folks can see it. Well, let's not fret about it. So Erwin addressed this one also, and it says that the president of Reston of the association and or the chief executive officer of Reston Association shall be and are hereby designated and appointed as the sole official spokespersons of the association and its board. Now, this is not language invented by Tony when he did the revision for us. All he did was shorten it. So it already said the official spokesperson, the CEO can be the official spokesperson for both Reston Association and the board of directors. So this is not Tony's origin, it's the existing document. And I understand Erwin's point that typically that the CEO speaks on behalf of the association, and I've never witnessed the CEO speaking on behalf of the board as such. And so I would ask Tony whether he would, how he sees that. Might we better remove that reference as Erwin suggested, or should we leave it in there? I've not seen it happen, but I've not been able to imagine cases where we would ask the CEO to speak specifically for the board rather than the whole association. Larry? I'm sorry, Tony?
John, I can't think of a situation where the CEO would state anything that was contrary to the board's intent or past rulings. CEO obviously speaks for the association, wouldn't speak for the board per se, but yeah, I can't see a situation where the CEO would say something contrary or without approval of the board.
So I would find it cleaner, frankly, myself, to remove it as Erwin has suggested, that phrase. So the CEO would, along with the president, be the sole official spokespersons of the association. Period. Anyway, we can hear, to me, that's a very reasonable suggestion. Other board members can discuss, and perhaps they can imagine cases where that might be important to have the CEO speak for the board as such. I've already addressed the second last be it resolved and the removal of the section 3. Finally, the last be it further resolved. This was suggested by Director Tim Dowling, just to make clear when board members speak about in emails or any other social media posting, speak about association policy matters, that there be a disclaimer. Now, Erwin didn't think that was important. I think it is important, and I would say that I would suggest, if Director Tim Dowling is okay with this, that frequently the wording is, this communication does not necessarily represent the official position of the board. When I reread it before the meeting, I thought frequently with such disclaimers, they say this does not necessarily represent the official view of the Resident Association. But here's why it's there, in my view, and Tim can speak to this directly. Whenever a director cites a governing document as the answer to a member's question, that is an interpretive act. It's not just, it is not just giving information, it's an interpretation that this is the controlling document for the factual situation about which the member's asking. So there is an interpretive factor there. And secondly, and part of the same, that director is implicitly saying that there is no other Reston governing document that also has a bearing on the member's question. And I don't know, I myself, I've answered many questions and I've cited many things, but I always say, this is my personal view. This is not the general counsel's view, because I am clearly aware that I'm doing an interpretation by applying a particular governing document to a particular factual situation about which the member's asking. So I find it a healthy thing and a good thing. Tim, do you want to say anything about that?
Yes, thank you, John. I do think that this provision is fairly self-explanatory. It's based on a provision that applies to every federal employee in the executive branch. So this wasn't made up out of whole cloth. I like John's edit to include the word necessarily, so that it reads, this communication does not necessarily represent the official views. And of course, as the provision makes clear, you don't have to use this exact language. Anything that is the substantive equivalent would be fine. I was a little puzzled by the example that came up in the member comments about citing to a governing document. But what this really is directed to is not a discussion of governing documents, but rather a discussion of pure policy matters. If somebody asks me, why is the assessment so high? And I respond, oh, I think it should be much, much higher. I have an obligation to make clear that I'm speaking in my own personal capacity. And to many of us on the board, it might seem like an obvious point, but it's not. It's not at all obvious to someone who doesn't have many dealings with the board. When they hear a board member make a pronouncement, they may be assuming that the board member is speaking on behalf of the board, or at least on behalf of a majority of the board. I think many board members are already including disclaimers like this in their communications. Director Webb made this point at the BGC meeting. I think he does it both in his emails. He has this as part of his boilerplate sign off when he's communicating with RA members. And he said he does it when he has conversations with his neighbors or RA members about board policy matters. And so I don't think that this is terribly burdensome. I think that everyone should be doing something substantially equivalent to what Director Webb is doing. The thought I would finish with is this, and I really want to emphasize this. if this provision is the only reason you oppose the draft resolution, I would respectfully ask that you move to amend the draft to delete this provision. I'd rather see the draft approved without this provision than to have this provision used as the exclusive reason to vote against the entire thing. Because I think Tony and John have put a lot of work into the other portions of this, and it deserves every serious consideration. Thank you.
Anybody else want to weigh in here? Yes, John.
I would be, again, I would be interested in other directors' reaction to the conversation that Tony and I had about whether we might just remove, as Irwin suggested, under the first now therefore be it resolved, remove the phrase and the board of directors from the sentence that the president and CEO solely shall be and are hereby designated and appointed as the sole official spokespersons of the association and the board. So we would strike "and the board." That is before you, and I think it makes sense. I don't think we lose anything, and as I say, I've never seen it come up, and I can't imagine, but perhaps a director can imagine where that might come up.
I would support that, John.
I agree. I agree that it's better not to say "and the board."
Karen?
Yes, Jennifer.
I move to approve the resolution 11, association spokesperson, without the whereas language and the board of directors, and to remove the "be it further resolved" at the end of the resolution.
Is that the piece with the social media? Oh, second.
Yes, correct. Yes, that's correct.
Any further discussion? Yes, Tim.
I just want to emphasize that the last provision, which is being removed, this is not a hypothetical. This is an ongoing problem, and I think it damages Reston Association when you have 9 individual members, especially on social media, but also just in emails or in other communications, making statements that violate the one voice policy. Either we're going to have a one voice policy or we're not. And it doesn't make any sense to say we're going to have it a little bit, but then we can all go on to Facebook or Nextdoor or wherever and say anything we want without appropriate disclaimers. Thank you.
Any further discussion? John, look like you were about to
Yeah,
say.
I favor retaining the last redlined "be it further resolved," because it does not in any way hinder a board member's right to express his or her opinion about what association policy should be. It simply says that if they represent this is the policy, or that it should be the policy, that they indicate that this is a personal position they're taking and not a position of the association. So I don't think any freedom is lost. I think clarity is gained.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Wait, sorry, Sharon, could you recap where we are on the motion?
The motion is to approve the amendments to resolution 11 with the deletion of "and the board" in the "now therefore be it resolved," and to delete number 3 under "be it further resolved."
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor? 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the motion fails. Okay.
Madam President, I will move that we accept the amended version before us with the already mentioned striking of the words in the first, now therefore be it resolved, of the board, and of the board. And as in the draft amendment, striking the section 3 dealing with member emails when a member emails an individual director. So keeping that amendment and on the keeping.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, John. When Mike asked for clarification, I misexplained that to him. I said about deleting number 3, but the part of the motion was to delete be it further resolved. Did I say that or did I not?
No, you said it right. I think you
Did
said.
I say it right? Okay.
You said delete section 3.
I knew what you meant.
Okay. We're good. Yeah, because I talked about number 3 and that's there already, but I meant that's already struck. Okay.
And then finally retaining the final be it further resolved, but with the addition of the word necessarily in the sentence, this communication does not necessarily represent the official views of the association.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2. Is there an abstention? Abstention, Tom? Okay, so the motion carries 5, 2, and 1.
5, 3, and 1.
No, 5, 2, and 1.
5, 2, and 1.
5, 2, and 1.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you, BGC. Thank you, Tony. Okay, item M, land use update. And that would be John and Larry.
Right. Christina, please. Thank you. So I'm going to be super quick on the comprehensive plan and focus actually only on 2 slides. So we can go to the next one, please. So this is the process where it now stands. Task force won't meet until mid or late April. The task force teams have already completed their interim task force draft chapters. There are current town hall meetings going on. RA, as you'll remember, we had ours earlier, and there have been 6 others done already. There's another one on Monday. High-level staff, county staff review is being done. Detailed review has already been done, and a detailed review should be done around the end of April, after which the board will vote on the staff reviewed and task force reviewed chapters and come up with a final presentation for the community, at which time the RA board will have a hearing and a vote sometime in May or June. And then the Planning Commission will have its hearing around September 14th. That is a date that has been chosen. Whether it holds, we'll see. And the Board of Supervisor would have its hearing sometime in October, perhaps the 11th. The other thing, the next slide, I'm not going to go over because you've heard this before. These are the key chapters and their current status. You've read it or can read it. The next slide is where Larry and I want to dwell, and it's update on other land use matters. One is an update on the Fannie Mae redevelopment, which Larry will do, and the other is the a proposed letter to the county and to VDOT and to other state and local officials about the pedestrian facility at Baron Cameron and Village Road near Friendship House, about which I had emailed you several weeks ago with photos of a very circuitous sidewalk, which had many problems. So, and you've received the draft letter for proposed that is proposed that the board approve that Karen sign and send to the addressees. So Larry, you want to do your update on Fannie Mae first?
Sure. Yeah, I'll just be kind of brief. So last Monday, the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting had one item, and that was the Fannie Mae redevelopment. I forwarded you the information that I got over the weekend. That was their updated slide deck and the changes that they had made and so forth, which frankly were not super dramatic, certainly not in terms of the density. They removed, I think, 2 units because of an EQC and a little wetland problem. There was a lot of discussion. For one application, the meeting went till, Jennifer, you were on that meeting. It was like 10:40 or some crazy time.
Yes, it was late.
But the Planning and Zoning Committee did approve it at a very close vote of 7-5, I believe. So it was certainly not a unanimous vote. Those who voted against it were, still concerned primarily about the density. That was a big thing. With respect to the reduction in units was not enough for those committee members to, to feel that they could approve it. There was a lot of discussion about RA membership. I had suggested some much stronger proper language with respect to joining RA. Of course, we can't require it, the county can't require it, but it alluded to that they would write a supplementary declaration like we've done with the other additions to property that we've done as of late, and subject of property to the RA covenants. And so they have included that as a draft proper right now. So I guess really the question before the board here, and we hadn't really anticipated this being an action item, although we did, amend the agenda that this could be an action item, as well as the letter that we'll talk about next, is whether the board wants to, maintain the position it had before, which was, there's still too many units and so forth, or any of the other subtleties. I mean, they did commit to, they increased pedestrian access, public pedestrian access to and through the site, 24/7 on the cut through to North Shore Drive. They are going to make American Dream Way publicly accessible with a reservation that, should a tenant at some point in the future come in, that they reserve the right to not have it public. Those are some of the highlights. Jennifer, you were there as well. If you want to jump in and share some of your insights as well.
I just think the committee was really conflicted, and I think that the reason that it passed isn't because they were all happy with the plan. They were just happier with this plan than the 1993 commercial plan, because it at least gave us some environmental additions to the ponds. The P&Z committee, we've seen the last several meetings, every time something comes up, really be advocating on RA's behalf to strongly urge developers to have their properties join the association. And I think that is, something that, we should probably thank them for. And John Carter also brought up that he would like for the whole, how do we, determine RA membership for future developments, is something that he wanted to work with county attorneys on. And I think that's something that, if he's willing to do that that we should work with John Carter and the county attorneys to see, what is the strongest language we can get either in the comp plan or out to future developers to encourage them to, come to our DRB meetings, which we have a resolution already on, requesting that they do, and also engaging us early in the process to consider their development for residential developments to join the association.
So I don't know what, I'm not sure where we want to go with this, other than there's a confliction point, because now that the P&Z has approved it, although by a very narrow margin, the county staff recommended denial.
Right.
The applicant addressed a number of those things, although I don't think to the extent that the county staff would probably say, yay, they really listened to everything we said, but they did address a number of them. And the one thing that I don't know, and this is really a procedural thing, and I suppose I could just call the county staff, or maybe John Carter would know, is will the staff be reissuing a revised staff report based upon the changes that they're going to be submitting? Honestly, don't know the answer to that. I should know, but I don't. So I guess the question before the board is, do we want to reiterate the position from the prior letter, or the positions from the prior letter that they're still not satisfied, such as the number of units, which is still high? Recognize those things that they have done, the 24/7 access, the improved through and to access to the ponds and around the ponds, etc. So I kind of pose that as a question, and Jennifer, I'm happy to have you weigh in on that as well. But that would be something that we would want to, at this point, it wouldn't go to P&Z, it would something we want to get to Walter and John Carter.
Yes, Bob.
The one issue that I have is with Proffer 20, which I'll give you my interpretation of what that, it has to do with the ponds. And the developer makes a statement that they will either convey the ponds to RA or enter into a contract to have RA maintain the ponds. And I have a problem with that, because if we were to enter into said agreement, we would be inundated by the 143 clusters and to help maintain their private property. I don't think it's an appropriate proper, and it really gives me heartburn that they would offer it.
Yeah, if I can comment on that too, Bob. I made a comment at the meeting that the earliest and carried forward until this past meeting iteration of the pond maintenance was that it was going to be an umbrella association with the commercial building and we'll call it the new cluster. And I reiterated that is by far and away the preferred method for pond maintenance, that, our preference is not to maintain those ponds. Now, in some very early discussions I had with Wheelock, we talked about, and it was just a conversation, if they're going to give the property to us so that we actually have a land holding, in the TSA and so forth, that maybe that's something we could discuss. And that never went anywhere beyond that, but it was just a notion that not unlike the Seacus property, where they gave us land, built a tot lot, put a pathway and so forth. That was, part of their give to RA to make it public accessible. The difference here is that they have committed to public accessibility for those ponds and that whole area.
Right.
And hey, if somebody else wants to pay to maintain it, that's the way it should go, in my opinion.
John?
I totally agree with Bob and Larry on the pond. And so I think we need to minimally address that to staff and to Walter Alcorn and to John Carter and the Planning Commission and ultimately the Board of Supervisors. But I think it is also worthwhile and even incumbent on us to repeat the points we laid down in our previous letter with conviction. We're still convinced that those are the right way to go on this. And I think it's part of our duty to repeat those points.
Let me ask a question. I want to say it's a rhetorical question. If Wheelock were to come back and say, look, we will join RA, and okay, let's say it's what, 88 units or whatever it is, $65,000. I'm not good at math, as y'all know, per year. But they say, for us to get some benefit about joining your association, there's got to be some quid pro quo. So we want you to, own the property and maintain the ponds. And again, I'm just saying, if that gets thrown on the table, I mean, that's obviously something we bring back to the board. But what are your thoughts on that?
Larry?
In other words, it's either one or nothing. Yes, Sarah.
Yes, Sarah.
Just quick math. What is the cost to maintain the ponds?
We haven't studied it. We do pond maintenance. The biggest expense with pond maintenance is dredging, by far and away. That doesn't happen. It happens once every 5 to 10 years. The difficulty with this site is, I think, the expectation, because it was such a highly groomed site for years, and now obviously it's gone into neglect, which they have committed to changing and so forth. The expectation that it be a very highly, groomed, maintained type of open space attribute for Reston, that's different. I mean, we're big on natural areas, and where we can naturalize things, we do. And so we would have to really dig in and study that and really kind of do a cost benefit piece on that. Because I, without studying very specifically the landscaping plan and those kinds of things, I couldn't tell you right now what it would cost. But the biggest cost is the periodic dredging, without question.
My gut reaction is to say no, and that's again just me, because we're opening the door with, say, my cluster. We have paths that are shared, that are public use, paths that connect to RA. So where do we draw the line if we start getting into that? Again, that's just my opinion. So I would be a no on that.
Right. Well, and that comment came up at the meeting, and the differentiation here, I'll just kind of restate it in a different way, is that we maintain pathways through clusters all over Reston, but that's just it, pathways. And those easements were put in by the developer to provide us that kind of access. The situation here is that if we own the property, and that's the difference. If like the Seeker's property over off Sunrise Valley Drive, we own that property. It is now part of our asset mix. We maintain the tot lot and so forth. So if we own the property, that's a different scenario, I think, at least fundamentally, than us, maintaining property that we don't own, which I would absolutely not recommend. And so that's why I think, there's a kind of a bright line there.
John?
I've not, you speak, I've already spoken.
I was going to say, in terms of the ponds, the problem, besides the ownership or maintenance issue, is just the location, the proximity of the ponds to the units. They are so close. If I were one of the, if I were one of the people that would buy one of those things, I would want to have more control over who could access it, because it's an attractive nuisance. Because I know my grandson now romps around there now, and I don't want him around there. It's not a good place for him to be. Because all he can do is get in trouble.
Mhm. Jennifer and then John.
I would be a no on maintaining the ponds. I'd like it to stick with the cluster and the commercial property. The proffers that Wheelock has put in are very specific to what they're doing to improve those ponds. And they even made a point during their presentation at P&Z that said that they felt like they had buttoned up the development plan proposal so that, those ponds had very specific ways they could be maintained and they could be used in the future. And, they didn't consult with us throughout this whole process on if they wanted us to take them over. I would have thought that they would have consulted with us on what do you guys do for your other ponds? How would you maintain them in the future? And they would have put proffers in there that would have been pro, RA staff saying, yes, this is how we would like to maintain the ponds. And they didn't do that. They didn't come to us. And we have less than 30 days at this point before they're going to go to the planning commission. So I would be a no on pond maintenance.
John.
I agree with the reasons stated by Sarah and Jennifer and Bob on why we shouldn't have the ponds, to which I would add another consideration, and that is there is potential environmental liability. So we would be in charge of maintaining the pond, but we have no control over the watershed that feeds the pond, and therefore pollutants could go in there. Are we going to be responsible for that? That plus the sheer proximity of the neighbors and the neighbors' heightened interest. The residents on that property, they are proximate, they have heightened interest in it, self-interest in it. I think an association of those folks should care for the pond.
I do not disagree. Ponds are more difficult to maintain than lakes. Because of the
Larry,
small-
would that be a
small
deal?
volume.
Would that be a deal breaker as far as them joining RA?
I have no idea. I'm certainly happy to have a conversation with them and let them know the collective thoughts here.
Yeah.
Or we can just simply put it in a letter. And if you all are amenable, I can take the prior letter, work up a draft. And if you all think you can get it through unanimous consent, then we can go that route. And I'm happy to work with whomever on the board to do that. But we'll just use the prior letter as the basis and update it with the current concerns.
Larry, where do we stand on the negotiations? Have they asked us to take care of the ponds? Are they waiting on an answer on this? And pending that, they will join RA?
No, we haven't had those specific conversations. In fact, the proffer that Bob mentioned was a surprise to me as well.
Okay. Thank you.
I would support that approach. Redo the letter.
I just want to point out that in the last motion, it also included developing testimony for the upcoming meetings. So I think that you can use the ones we already passed, Larry, to decide, which ones have they already put in place. You don't emphasize those in the testimony versus the ones that they haven't put in place, and that's where you kind of get your testimony from. But I would support even more than a letter from this board and ask Larry to engage them before next month about even changing that proffer language further on RA membership so that they're affirming that they are going to join the association.
Thoughts on that? It's very quiet.
Would it make sense just to
Are there
go-
any dissenting views?
Yes, thanks, John.
Thank you. Okay, well, it sounds like there's not. So I think Larry, you know what the consensus here is.
Yes, I will get in contact with them, engage them in some further discussion. At the same time, I will take the prior letter and edit that based upon what's been done, what's been addressed, what has not been addressed, and provide that as a draft for you all to review.
Okay.
And then as we get closer to the public hearing date, we'll have to, get the testimony approved for that as well, which presumably could be done by unanimous consent as well. And
And what is that date?
I don't have it written down right in front of me.
I think they were looking at April 25th
Yeah.
as potentially planning commission date.
Okay.
No board of supervisor date yet.
And I think a lot of that may also depend on whether or not the staff is going to update their staff report. Because that
Yeah.
needs to come out before the planning commission.
Right. And it's conceivable they could just turn the whole thing down, right?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, it's April 26th. 25th is P and Z. The 26th.
Okay. Okay. Are we ready to move on to Barron Cameron and Village Road?
Yes, I am at any rate. So I don't want to go through this. If you've all had a chance to read it, I would simply entertain any questions you have, but the basic proposal is that we vote to empower Karen to send this email on our behalf to the persons listed at VDOT, and then Supervisor Alcorn, Representative Ken Plum, FC dot Director Tom Bishadny, and also the Fairfax County Land Development Services, which is involved in the review and redesign of this pedestrian facility, this pork chop. And all of the issues have been listed here. We need to thank Reston Now and our own MTAC for bringing this concern to us, because it really is hard for all pedestrians crossing at that intersection, but especially for seniors and other persons with limited mobility. So, and Larry has vetted this with VDOT, with Land Development Services. I vetted it with MTAC, the revised version, and we think it's clearly and firmly put without being offensive. It's very specific, and I would recommend your approval of this for Karen to sign. Any questions? Tim?
Jennifer, then Tom. I mean, Jennifer, then Tim. I'm sorry.
Larry, the cluster that's on the other side, in the letter we mentioned Lake Ann Fellowship House, and I'm wondering if we should also name other clusters that would, be most affected by this intersection besides Lake Ann Fellowship House. I just don't know the cluster on the north side northwest side, I guess.
Well, yeah, to the north, you have Browns Chapel Park and Lake House and all that. So and then you get up to Lake Newport. To the east, beyond the gas station there is Cameron Crescent Apartments, which is owned by Fairfax County. And then, to the west, it's of course, the Lake Ann House being developed. So there really aren't any direct, neighbor implications that, and the point that I've made in all the folks I've talked to, and I do want to make one amendment. I just want to add a CC to this, and that is Community Development Corporation, which is the developer of Lake Ann House, who I have also met regarding this. So I got to add the project manager there.
Okay, as long as you don't think there are any other neighboring clusters that we need to add, and
I really don't.
I'm good with it.
What about Fellowship Square Foundation? Somebody, would they be CC'd on this too, just for their information? I would think that they would have an interest.
Yeah, so I could add Chrissy Zeitz, because I think they're executive director.
Cool.
And then the project manager for the development corp, Matt Engel, who I've been dealing with.
Great. So that's all we're going to change, is adding those CCs, right?
Karen?
And yeah, I'm sorry, Tim. Yes, you had your hand up.
I think I really like the letter, and I like the proposal on the Fannie Mae development as well. But I think that the strongest leverage we have when we write these letters is our collective voice, and to emphasizing that you as president you're speaking on behalf of the Reston Association, which includes X thousand members. I always like to see that language up front in the first paragraph. And so if we can add that thought at the beginning of the letter, that we're speaking on behalf of 20,000 plus households in Reston, I think that it gets the attention of county officials and state officials as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Anything else?
I was gonna say, what if we just add in there, which represents over 22,000 households in Reston, or something like that?
That'd be perfect.
I'm good with that.
Okay, do we need a motion?
I move that that the board authorize our president to send this letter to the designated persons on the paper and added during this meeting concerning the pedestrian facility.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Can we just add, Christina, can we add the, besides pedestrian facility, the name of it, just for the minutes? That way it's clear.
And I would recommend that be pedestrian facility at Village Road and Baron Cameron Avenue.
Thank you.
Yep.
Tom, you had your hand up? Nope. Okay. All those in favor? Did we do that already?
Yeah.
Nobody opposed. Okay. Okay, anything else in land use? Okay, thank you, John. And yeah, I think I need to do this if I haven't done it at a previous meeting, but since John is going off the board,
Oh,
uh,
yeah.
we, are we all in agreement that we would like him to continue his duties representing RA on the task force? I think we need to, I don't know how official we need to make that, but
Perhaps it can be done without objection.
yeah,
Maybe not.
without objection.
Wanna give
And with
Okay.
tremendous gratitude for all the work that you have done related to this and everything else, all the work that you've done as a board member, period, over the years. So thank you, John.
Thank you. Happy to serve further.
Thank you for that. Okay. I would like to entertain a motion to go into executive session for consultation with counsel and personnel matters.
So moved.
Second.
Somebody talking, okay. Without objection, so we're gonna, yeah, we'll first talk about the Barton Hill issue, so.
Christina, can you send me an executive session? Please.
Sure, 1 second.
Thank you.
Christina, could you get me into executive session, please?
So you actually need to click on the join button. You are invited currently.
Where is that join button? I don't see that.
Are you able to
Yeah, there, I got it.
leave? Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. We all back? No, we are. All right, we are back. And I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each present member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session, consultation with counsel, and personnel matters were heard, discussed, or considered by the board in executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
No opposed, that carries. I move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session to extend the meeting time to 11 p.m.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Without objection, thank you.
Madam Chairman, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
It's not 11 o'clock yet. Oh. I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for the good work.
Thank you. Thank
Take care.
you all.
Have a good trip, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be seeing you though.
Stay away from the Akavit.
Okay.